Good morning. Ding ding. A lot. Let's see how the data's looking. We are above 670 at open, so there's some support here. Just a bit. Bit of support here. Calls are sold to the upside. Some bot puts back at 60.50. Not many sold puts on the chain. Even on the 0 DT side, they're a bit lacking. How hard is this going to sell off? Back to trend, maybe. There is room to move up to about 80, 85. Should we push up off of the data? I think we have S&P PMIs first, 945. And then we have ISM services and factory orders at 10 o'clock. Muslim said asset valuations are elevated. No shit. Morning, Dad. Also like the stream, people. Thank you, Puddin' Flops. You and each subsidiary CEO shot outside his hotel at 6:45 a.m. in New York City. He did not survive. Police suspect a targeted attack ahead of investor conference. Nice. They're attempting to reposition short vol higher. I don't know if that's going to be successful, but working on it. Definitely not enough repositioning to stabilize this. At least not yet. Damn, look at that vol short. It's impressive. Sold puts picking up at 45. That's not going to be enough. So it's at 60. Great call on the root short. Thanks, man. Can we find support? 50 or 45, it looks like. I gotta try to at least stabilize this for 5 more minutes, I think. Two, 388. Uh, Beyond getting shorted into the dirt, makes sense. According to Germany's DPA news agency, the crew of a Russian vessel in the Baltic Sea fired a signal flare at a German military helicopter. Okay. That doesn't sound like a military action. I drank too much last night. Congratulations. Insurers may want to think twice about denying claims. Meta. I drank too little last night. Alright. Both sides of the spectrum there. They like to provoke, like when their fighter pilots buzz ours like 20 feet away. Yeah, I know. AWM data on TradingView is off. Like inaccurate? Looks like it's correct. Nice, Lizard King. Well done. Still not great support at 60. We got PMIs yet? 54.9, forecasted 55.3. Ooh, composite PMI fell a little bit. And on the services side, too. That's different. Well, I guess higher than last month, but lower than anticipated. What mean? It's gonna get ignored until ISM services comes out. 70 supportive or resistance now? It's resistance. We're below it. How could it be supportive? Hmm. Still not a lot of sold puts to the downside. Synth short at 70 and 65. Sold puts at 60, 55, 50. And the majority of them down at 45 right now. Not a lot of support to the downside here. So if we kind of lose this pin that we have to 70, I don't know, I want to say fall below. Probably need to lose 60, actually. If we lose 60, back to like 45, maybe lower. Picked up a Jan OPEX GME 20p when spot was 31 last week. Oh, you don't like money, do you? You're not gonna make anything on that. The fucking vol on it's gonna get crushed. Probably more likely lose money than have it print. You'll need the price to drop really, really fast. $80 got stuffed on LRCX. Yeah, I know. It's 80 is like a bunch of sold calls, so it'll be hard to break through. Probably not a big deal though. I got out of a couple shorter dated things in market open today on it. It was like 40-50% returns. It wasn't bad. But I still have all the longer dated stuff. I'd like to report meatball gains this morning. Nice. Tell me more. It sounds like another $10 day. I don't know about that. I don't think this gap would hold through the chop if that ends. Like if they try to stabilize it here, it's going to be tough. Like we haven't moved high enough to squeeze out the majority of call sellers, which means call sellers are going to pile in and take advantage of the elevated premiums. Oh, nice. Is that an earnings play? Oh no. Earnings was like a week ago. Hmm. Elf's a bit more specialized than Ulta, but yeah, they have some sympathy. How do you feel about the canned goods industry? Are we there yet? I don't know. Let me go look at my Campbell's soup position. Hmm. Yeah, consumer non-durables could turn around. How's Kroger doing? Kroger's killing it. Hmm. Maybe. 65, 60, 55, 60, 60. Bear call. We could. I don't know if that's better than just getting a put. Chief Marketing Officer at Coin. Announcer stepping down. Hmm. I should hire them. They've started building support here, presumably. Not much. They're just trying to float it until ISM. Is GS gonna do shit coins? No, but their marketing's insane. If you hire them, JFresh will have to give up some bips. Not if Dork does his job. Itching? I'm getting the itch to get some SPX calls for Jan above monthly GM. Hmm. Could sell now and just hedge if we get bullish enough data this week. What, you want to sell some calls? Oh, okay. I'm expected to be bearish or bull's best shot at bullish data. I mean, I think bulls have put the index here because they're hoping that the ISM services data and factory orders are strong. ISM services is expected to fall. Like the consensus estimate is that it's coming down, but some forecasters are assuming it will continue higher. Factory orders probably matters a little bit here too. And then ISM services prices they'll want to see those move up for dollar expansion. Dollar's starting to fall back a little bit, which means it's going to be really hard to hold these levels. Are you getting into tarot cards? No. What's up, Mike? BTC money of the future, same like Dippin' Dots ice cream of the future. Sure. I mean, Dippin' Dots are amazing, so I don't know what you're trying to say. Getting some weird questions today. Weird questions every day. Dippin' Dots have actual value. It's true. They're a commodity. The bearish sentiment everyone was feeling reading Pickles picks, it's a mental problem. Is that over the next few weeks or not specifically this week? It's not specifically the early part of this week. Could be the latter part of this week or next week. I mean, there's just not a lot of upside left. So when you start running out of room to the upside, things have a tendency to go the other way. Do you do it via YouTube? Yeah. It gets you access to the private Discord where I post my positions and stuff like that. People post other things. Boobs. Services prices didn't move up very much. New orders down quite a lot. Ooh. Services employment down. Business activity down. Factory orders flat. Damn, ISM services fell pretty hard. Uh-oh. Not bull. Nice. Goodbye, sweet dollar. Things cost more and no one wants to buy it. Whatever shall we do? I don't think you understand the problem this presents. If prices are going up and that's deterring people from buying shit, that's very, very, very frightening for our economy. No, we've already done all the accounting fraud. That's getting exhausted. We're also moving into the yeah, we should be moving into the lockup period for share buybacks as well. So those flows are going to pull back. Saying SPX is not going to 6,100. It probably wasn't going to get to 6,100 today anyway. But we didn't even hold 70 yet. So that seems like a problem in its own right. Hmm. Okay, let's get ES to dump back to 6064 where it belongs. ES failed its upside breakout. It'd be cool if the dollar would go down harder. Hmm. It's gonna fail VWAP. What's NQ doing? Hmm. Interesting. A little bit of put selling at 50. Still synthetic short at 65. Yeah, so losing 65 pretty bad. Gamma falls off under there pretty hard. Goes negative around 55. Continues to fall off till about 45, 40, where it stabilizes. Sold calls to the upside are increasing. Yeah, NQ's a bit divergent from SPX or from ES, which is interesting. I mean, NQ by itself can't float everything. Can stabilize shit, but it's not gonna protect from a sell-off. It's too small. Also, kind of hard to make an argument for buying a bunch of tech services when services is down. No, positioning's not changing too much. There's like sold calls coming in are increasing a bit. 70, 70, 70 and 80 looks like are going up. Quite a lot of sold calls at 90 too. Hmm. Change your background. Dollar SPX, same thing. You probably want to test 70 again. Definitely. Have to sell a lot more puts though. Not NQ all by itself. We still need some of the other sectors to outperform. Tech alone's not enough. Also, tech shouldn't be going up, right? Services is down. Services is down and dollars falling. Some Dixie's almost negative on the day now. Time does Powell speak out? 145. AI is a service. My root strangle is just prompting for me. You're the man, Greg. Thanks, man. Congrats. Did gym fees reset after 90 days? I think so. I think it's 90 days. It's gonna be a long 3 hours. No, I don't think the dollar is gonna stop selling off. I think it's got a little ways to move down. Maybe try to hold the collar into Powell, but holding up here into Powell is gonna be fucking tough. Is 0 DTE 6050 gonna print? Could. Yeah. I don't know if it'll go in the money, but it could print. And puts are super fucking cheap right now. Sold 70s looking squeeze? Uh, I mean, most of what's sold at 70 is calls. There's a few sold puts there, but not much. Like, fucking net. Like 69 puts. There's 5,800 calls sold to the 70 strike. There's a synth long at 50 and a synth short at 65. So I could see us falling in between those two. The 65 synth short's gonna go in the money If we, like, well, it's already in the money now, but if we dip a little lower, it's going to pick up some delta. And that can push us down into the synth long at 50. Now, the momentum on that move, that could be interesting. There we go. See, pick up some delta. Get the little choo-choo train rolling. Hmm. Gamma's just slightly negative here. Hmm. What the fuck did that fill at? Nah, that's not too bad. That was weird. Ooh, it's fucking tempting. There's actually a reason. It's the spread on the 50 on SPX is getting blown apart. It means I can hold these versus SPX ones, which I'll get stopped out of on out of the money puts. Like here, look at the fucking wicks. I have to go to SPX to do it. So I don't want to trade this. It's not liquid enough. You have an elegant solution to that problem? What is it? No stops. That's not an elegant solution. Why out of the money? Because I want to profit on a drop. Lower risk, higher reward. So I could buy like quite a lot of these. I'm selling the 60 put right now. Synth long 50, sell the 60 put. Still don't think there's any buyers up here on EOS. It's starting to turn around. Hmm. We're gonna pull back from here. 59.50 is a more realistic target than 58.50, which is now 4% away, right? Well, all of their short put positioning is back at 58.50 from the failure following the election. So I would say that level is still more likely than just 59.50. There's not a lot of positioning around 59.50. There's like a synthetic short right around there. There's a technical level on SPX at like 59.38. We could see short vol reaccumulate there. That would be enough pullback to like let gamma max rise a bit and let VNs drift up. So I mean I think any recovery or any stability above 58.50 would be bullish or like bullish continuation. Um, However, I think it's kind of unlikely that we I think it's kind of unlikely that we stay above 59.50 right now. So maybe a little bit below that, or just, back towards like 58.50, 58.75. 58.75 is not too bad. And yeah, I know it's like 4% behind us, but that doesn't matter. Since short's still there at 70, yeah. On the zero DT, the gamma at spot's pretty flat, actually. Most of the gamma around us is further dated, like this Friday and stuff. Like a lot of those sold calls up here for Friday. But they're not really selling any theta on the short puts. No, not today. Not today at all. I don't know. It could be like a week or two. I mean, we could like pull back to 6,000 and then move up again, and that would be enough of a pullback for the bulls. There's support at 6,000 right now. Wouldn't sell so many pooties that Kenny rugs. That's a good question, especially on the SPXW puts. Let's do it all today. That'd be neat, I guess. I guess I should have stayed in Microsoft a little bit longer. NQ's still got a little bit of room before it hits the all-time high. 21,494. 21,473 locally. The other thing is it's very early in the day to try to squeeze sold calls. Yeah, I heard about that Nexus. Puts got stopped. See, I told you. I'm not telling you, AJ. Learn reading comprehension. What's bull? $70 regained. Calls aren't squeezing off. No different than the earlier highs. Still have to squeeze the calls off, which means they actually have to close, which they're not doing. They are selling some 75 puts right here. So we might get a little, yeah, higher. Ball puts at 50, ball calls at 50. Hmm. Synthetic short at 80 too. Mm. Gasoline and crude stocks are down. Oil imports are up. Distillate production is down. Hmm. Like CL should be getting a bit of a bump here. Bullish consolidation. Ooh, time to put my buy orders in on CL at 70. Hmm. Escalator up, elevator down. We'll see. Calls are still sold. Looks like there's a bit of in the money call selling too. 70 needs to stay support here, otherwise this sells back off again. $13,000 delta falls off under 70. Is AM gap out based on USD JPY spread? Definitely not that services data. No, the improvement in the spread wasn't that significant. I think it was like I think it was the improvement in the spread and then also like the pound falling against the dollar and the yuan falling against the dollar. I think the yuan was more significant than the yen. But the dollar Dixie is down now. It's losing ground to the euro after the services print. He's the CEO of like a UNH subsidiary, not the CEO of UNH. $40, $50, $80, $90. That's probably not terrible. When we test the 1929 trend, could you make the stream sepia toned and play some ragtime music? Nice. We gotta be getting pretty close. Oh no, we did test it. Right? Oh no, we're just a little bit off. It's 60, 85, 13. It's still early to try and squeeze up. Yeah. It's early in the day to squeeze off sold calls. They're not going to go anywhere. Like later in the day when the swings in their delta are bigger, they're more likely to cut their positioning. That's also true of puts as well, but the puts are being sold for a lot less money than the calls. So the net premium on puts is shitty, which makes them, more inclined to close earlier. Can you play the Jungle Book song? The Bull Necessities? Yeah, I can. If we test the 1929 trend. Losing 70 looks like a big trip down a steep water slide on 0 DTE gamma. Yep, it is. Like gamma from 70 to 65 falls off by like 14 billion. Yeah. Also getting more sold calls to the upside. Some dipshit bought a bunch of 6130 calls on the 0 DTE. I wonder if that's just a spread. 6,800 of them. It's a vol play. It might be like sold 6125, bought 6130. They're just not done selling the 25s. It could be the MM. Hmm. Again. What? Are we at all-time high? Well, not anymore. We were. You missed it. Just dump. That'd be cool. Short puts closing. Yeah. Yesterday I thought I was a failure in life. Today I made $3,000 overnight, and now I don't feel that way. Shouldn't tie your self-worth to your ability to make money on stocks. Nick Kaz, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Oh, hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit's
I tie my self-worth to my ability to speak Italian. Huh.
selling these seeds like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the B.
It's something I'm trying to be good at, and I fail sometimes. That's fair. I tie my self-worth to the cost of stock trading so I can write off the cost of a psychiatrist. I have two sources of dopamine, making money or people getting excited about GS stuff. Man, you should really never touch cocaine. Yeah, yeah, stay away from that. Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Like, ruin your life hooked. Yeah. Same. Same. You can touch it, just don't smell it. Found out I didn't get the director position in Charlotte, North Carolina. Did I choose a place with too many people with skin like mine? I told you that the incumbent president's changing. You're gonna have to mix up your tactic. I should try 15 minutes expertise. So apply in Utah. Huh. Interesting. Are you gonna join the Mormons? Black Mormon? Mind blown? That's gonna open some doors. How do you feel about soaking? I'll be his jump humper. I got in Monday morning on the dip, so it's been killing it. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, I'm gonna. Another test at like 400-ish and I should be out. What would you rather eat? Moldy tea, dork's food, or pho? Dork's food. Can I put you down as a reference? I just learned about this new CEO opening for some health insurance company. Pays great. You don't have to do anything. Sure. By the way, I was writing pickles picks this morning at 6 a.m. So just in case there's any questions. I don't think Dork has a dishwasher. How would he make pho? Hey, I know. Well, I wasn't gonna short UNH. I don't think. Do you put dollar ramen in the dishwasher to make pho? No, you just well, yeah, you like sprinkle the packet in there and then just wait for the pump to shoot the water out into your sink drain, and then you just that's where you capture it. Then you take some raw vegetables and uncooked meat, check it in there, boom, pho. Making pho is like the same way I make salmon. How are your intestinal worms treating you? So trying to corner the pho market with your short and distort campaign of love. It's so transparent. I heard some people find that cilantro tastes like soap. Are you one of them? No, I don't think so. Excessive amounts of cilantro taste kind of like soap, but normal amounts don't. I don't have intestinal worms. They're my friends, and we have a non-pasteurized agreement, if you know what I mean. It's only a matter of time before they move into your brain. UNH likes to deny my claims automatically, then approve them later. When I appeal them, another CEO gets gunned down. I'd say calls. I have to pick new health insurance for this year, and I think I'm overpaying, but I'm not sure what any of the levels mean, which is confusing. Are the sold calls getting squoze? No, not really. Yeah, nothing's closing. We're just chopping around them. Looks like we didn't fail them. Yeah, we didn't fail far enough to dump the hedge, but we're also not really getting over 75 much here. So I might just get rejected again. I just hope we don't chop up here all day till the JPOW meeting. That'd be boring. What? SPY has no commissions? Hold on. Really? Ooh. I mentioned this to you a few times when you go on anti-SPY rants. It's super nice in WeBull. I mean, SPY is great if you don't make money trading because you don't have anything to write off. Otherwise, I mean, SPX's tax treatment is really important. Hmm. Did NQ get a new all-time high? It did. Just barely. Interesting. Do you think we reach 6,200 or 6,000 first? I would say we probably see 6,000 first. Hmm. I love when I get notifications from Gherkin and it says stuff like, "Peen me, daddy." What time's JPA's speech? 1:45. How's JFresh's leverage chart? I have no idea. No, I don't think I've seen. I don't really see any calls closing. There's more calls getting sold to the upside. Hmm. Which disgusting instrument? There's so many. Spy? Oh, because I wanted stupid out of the money pits. And I didn't want to get stopped out of them. No. What a fucking bastard. Hmm. Spot up, fix up, indicating short calls are closing. I don't think so. At least not a lot of them. What's up, Torque? How you doing, man? What a bitch. Hmm. Hmm. What do you mean it's more likely December's straight bullish? Any reasoning for that? Or just because why not? Hmm. No fucking volume. No, not a lot. NQ's starting to fail a little bit though. Still a shitload of sold calls at 70. We got above the 70 calls, and so they're supportive. which allows short vol to. I mean, that and the collar allows short vol to de-risk. Does nobody understand the Santa trade doesn't start until the last 5 days of the year? It's not even a real thing. But no, nobody does. Nobody understands that the Santa rally is, in fact, after Christmas. I think most people just think it's like the entire last quarter. Costco had trees out in September. That's not how it works. I have not shorted Costco yet, but I'm getting ready. VIX up. Please be because short vol is buying back their sold puts to let this fall. So far, that seems to be what's going on. None of the short calls appear to be closing. At least not significant numbers of them. Hmm. It's $5 feels like 5,000. Huh. If we close above 70, are you still gonna weigh your straddle put heavy? Yes. Oh, boring. Mm, How steep is the bear? The top end of the curve's falling now, though. So not that steep. It's kind of flattening out. I have $5.12. Can I take us down to 60.45? Well, either this fails and we get 60.45, or we just stay here all fucking day. I mean, there's not a lot of other things we're gonna do. That's too many. Mm, I want to test 60.15. That looks sweet. I'm not mumbling to myself about futures. I drew a pointless line, and we have crossed it. Were you mumbling to us about SPX? I think so. It's like 15K to become an Italian citizen. If you have 500,000 invested, you can become a Portuguese citizen for $250. Yeah, but that's like, why would you want to be a Portuguese citizen? Have you heard their language? We should have charged more for US citizenship. You also have to renounce your citizenship, or you just get to pay taxes in both countries. MQ needs to stop finding support. Yeah, it really shouldn't have any up here. Make it sound like renouncing U.S. citizenship would be a bad thing. No. But it's not easy to get it back. You just fly into Mexico and cross. I mean, yeah. Oh no. Stupid out of nowhere bounce. Hmm. I have, as a matter of fact. I made a reference to the movie, and everyone looks at me like I have three heads. Do you have three heads? Most people only have, well, most guys only have two. Call me Dr. Trisomy Esquire. That's beautiful. Hmm. High or low? What on this? This doesn't matter. It's not even like a failure yet. Low or high, also. Which I think is more important. I feel like trading in a $15 range. You'll love trading in a $4 range. I don't think I will. Hmm. Hmm. Curious. I think you just broke the record for daily hmms. Yeah, I'm trying to get out of my Ulta calls. And it just keeps going higher. So maybe I wait. I was gonna exit at 400, and then it went to test my stop and moved up $1. Oh, so sad for you. You know what, Popcorn? If you'd listened to me over the last 3 years, you'd be twice as rich by now. Why is this dumb? Perfect. Being a steelman in Texas basically makes you the Lorax, doesn't it? Huh. I never thought about that. I suppose it does. Hmm. Fubo looks like it wants to squart. Interesting. Um, it looks pretty good. I don't know how squarty it is, but it does look okay.
Daniel Groves put their pickle in my
2
jar.
more
Hello, yes,
hours
it's
till
me again.
JPOW.
Is there any
Yeah.
foreseeable end to the muted intraday price action? Cheers again. 5.
I change. Are we meandering in the $4 chop zone? No significant OI changes. Some of the in the money short puts fell off. That seems to be about it. Gamma still falls off pretty steeply to the downside. It doesn't look like any additional puts are being sold. Everything's kind of just, yeah, I think we're just kind of floating around here. All the positioning seems to just be reactive. Like, if we fall, puts get sold, but otherwise, they're not doing anything. There's a little bit of call selling on the upside moves, but it's also not very consequential. They were selling puts out to like 90. I guess there's still like a couple of them left, but most of them are gone. I think there's like 230 puts left at 90, 104 left at 85, and 95 left at 75. But there's 10,000 calls sold at 90. So like it's like they're almost gone. There were like 300-400 a strike, but those are gone now. Is there any foreseeable end to the muted intraday price action? Yeah, I mean, you're gonna break and realized volatility, and RV will pick up, probably alongside implied volatility. But right now, RV's at like all-time lows. There's like no realized vol at all. But that makes puts really cheap and disincentivizes the selling of them. If you start picking up OPEX puts, what would be a decent confirmation signal of a more substantial downside? I don't even care if the downside's all that substantial. I'm mostly just gonna play a pullback to 6,000. If it goes below that, awesome. But yeah, I picked up some 60 70s for the 20th. Used what? Are we leaving the rug pull to J-Pow? He could. I don't think he's gonna say anything shocking. It'd be interesting if he addresses asset prices, like some other Fed members have been doing. 12 o'clock dump. Will EU markets close? A little after 12, but I don't know. Forward returns on the S&P are fine. Yeah, the momentum on like the 15 minutes getting kind of bearish. Is it actually though? Interesting. Yeah, I guess it kind of is. All right. A little bit. It's going to be a while, though, I think. How do you personally eliminate confirmation bias? Mm, do I? I don't know. Having well-honed biases helps, but I mean, I generally enter all of my trades analytically, so that helps avoid bias because I'm just looking at I'm making trade decisions based on data, not, how I feel about things. Usually. Although sometimes I do make trades based on how I feel. Go to my 660 DT right before JPOW speaks, just because I'm a dreamer. Nice. I think Chick-fil-A is a private company. Winning spike trades are the best. It's true. That's on shorting TLT here. Play it drop back to negative. When's the Fed meeting? It might be too soon. Fed meeting's next week, right? Hold on, I have to look. Oh no, it's the week after. It's OPEX week. It's on the 18th. Probably not yet. Have you given up the vape? No, why? Why would I ever do that? It's the perfect balance of artery hardening and low-grade stimulants that I need. You don't get popcorn lung from vaping. You get popcorn lung from inhaling dicetyl and industrial amounts of it. And there's no dicetyl in vape juice unless you buy your vape juice off the street in like Beijing. God. So uninformed. What if I inhale popcorn? I mean, that would be difficult. But if you were able to get popcorn in your lung, I guess you could tell somebody you had popcorn lung. That's not what Fox News said. Well, I wonder who pays them. I'm opening a new vape shop on the street in Beijing. These margins are wild. Surname Morris, first name Philip. Yeah. Well, that's because there's like I don't think it's really a conspiracy. It's just really obvious. All of the like negative studies about vaping have been done by Big Tobacco. And there's very little actual medical evidence to support that it's any more harmful than smoking. And most of the actual studies done on it show that it is drastically less harmful than smoking. Um, so, as a significant harm reduction measure that offers the same qualities of their highly addictive product, Big Tobacco has fought very hard to stop vapes from penetrating the US market. They've tried to establish their own vaping companies, which no one likes, and they've not been successful at that. Although I'm sure with Trump in office, they're going to find a way to ban vaping and vape flavors as much as they feasibly can. But I mean, that's why Philip Morris started Altria was to like get a position in the vape market and push their own products, and it's expensive for them to manufacture multiple flavors, so they pushed through a bunch of legislation in various states to ban flavors, by saying that, like kids were smoking vapes. Not like kids didn't smoke fucking cigarettes before that, but now kids were vaping, which was far worse than them smoking cigarettes. Kids have been smoking cigarettes since the 50s, so that was okay. Yeah, you have to, I mean, you do have to do some like quality control on the user side. So like I only use vapes that are made here. I only use coils that are stainless steel so they don't off gas any toxins. I get my vape juice made, so it uses like organic vegetable glycerin and synthetic nicotine. So I know, but I hear it a lot, so I figured I would address it. I don't really talk about it very much. The main issues are, yeah, there's still some damage that's done. Like nicotine itself isn't very harmful, but it does do some damage to the heart over time, and it's not good for like your capillaries, like small blood vessels. But it itself is not a carcinogen. So it doesn't like cause cancer. It's burning tobacco that causes cancer. You should bite my ass. No, actually, the guy who makes my vape juice is a former Princeton. He's like a former Princeton professor in chemical engineering, and he lives in northern New Jersey. And I have to drive to his house and talk to him for like 40 minutes to buy a case of it. Like a drug dealer, because New York City banned vape flavors. But he's like super into CASA, which is like this vape political movement. And I've got to listen to him talk about it for like a fucking hour and a half every time I go there. You know, he thinks you guys are like best friends. No, I don't think he does. I think he's just insane. Typical plug. You want that level of dedication in your vape supplier, though? He makes good shit. I just ramp up the order now, so I get like 6 months worth at a time. Anything more than that, and it's hard to store. I just want to know what circumstances possibly brought you together. I ordered vape juice from him on like off of a Reddit sub that he continually visits. And then he was like, I can't ship this into the city. You're gonna have to come pick it up. And this was like during COVID. And yeah, it's just been like that ever since. If you get pulled over for carrying 6 months of flavored vape juice, is it a felony? No. It's not even a felony to own it. They're just not like retailers just aren't allowed to sell it. They get fined if they get caught selling it. Not that they don't, they do. Like all the bodegas have it, but like under the counter. But um like the stuff they buy is like that's the shit that gives you popcorn lung. I don't know why, but I picture him living in an abandoned paper factory. No, he has like a mansion in northern New Jersey, like a ridiculous mansion. He worked for Dow for like 30 years and made a bunch of profit sharing off of patents that he developed. Yeah, it's Jersey. It's not far from the border, but you still have to cross over. Can you still call it a mansion if it's in New Jersey? There's like northern New Jersey has ridiculous houses. Does popcorn lung make you buy Carvana puts? It sounds dangerous. Also, at this point, I barely have any nicotine left in my vape. I've reduced it down to like almost nothing. It's like I think it's at like 2.5 milligrams per 30 milliliters, which is really low. Maybe that's why I don't have any energy anymore. I should up my dose. It can't be me getting old, right? I just had a quit smoking hat. Awesome. The irony there is beautiful. It couldn't be the lack of sleep. No, not that. Well, that's never been a problem before, Bert. I got tea without mold, but I've had to go back to the Trader Joe's tea because now I don't trust the Whole Foods tea. I suppose I could just brew giant batches of green tea, but I would need something gigantic to brew them in. Was it because you're zonked on nicotine all day? Is that why you don't sleep? Oh, no, no. It's the caffeine, not the nicotine. The body keeps the score. I still look pretty young for my age. I'm well preserved. It's all my time indoors. I stay away from the sun, too. I am allergic to penicillin. Yeah, all of the bottles of tea that I had in my pantry had mold in them, which is disgusting. Maybe I'll just get really into matcha and just start like I'll get the little whisk and start doing like a matcha ceremony on the stream every day. Did you complain to the manufacturer? I don't know. I was just gonna throw them out. I don't know. They were just like they're supposed to be good for like years. It's just bottled tea, right? That's fucking. You'd think it wouldn't go bad. Getting sick was what finally did it. Well, so far I haven't just gotten sick. I've been poisoned, had like some slight kidney failure due to that, and then I got COVID, then I got flu B, then I got a cold or maybe RSV. Still got that. Now I have a sinus infection. Those have all been kind of back to back or overlapping. COVID at the same time as failing kidneys was fun. All that, and Gherkin didn't miss a day of work. Not a full day. I need you as white noise. Stop dying. Did you get gains? Yeah, this last month was pretty good, shockingly. I made a lot of money on Microsoft. Currently making a lot of money on SMCI and Root. Not so much money on yesterday's. Well, I guess it was the day before yesterday's pick. But I'm not down. I was up like 40% this morning on LRCX. I think it's going to keep pushing up. It's just consolidating a bit. There's a new pandemic coming out of the Congo, so we have that to look forward to. Nothing's going to spread to the US out of the Congo. That would require, first of all, people going to the fucking Congo, which no one wants to do. Then coming back here from the Congo and not dying before they get here. So anything with like a high level of lethality over a short period of time is not going to leave its local area. That's why like Ebola doesn't really end up in the States. It's too lethal. Like all of the hemorrhagic fevers, they don't really travel well. Are you worried that once you get better, your trading will suffer? Oh my god. I didn't even think about that. Is this starting to look like bullish consolidation? No. Not really. It's just kind of flat. When you go on the raw milk and bear meat, bear meat's disgusting. I don't know if you guys have ever eaten bear, but it's foul. Can't be best friends because we're best friends, Gork? Wait, are you pulling back the friendship or are you just declaring it? Want to go to the Congo together? Not at all. Do you have any hitmen in Abu Dhabi? No. You need one? Oh, delayed? I was talking about your vape dealer. Oh. Being your best friend. Whoops. So it's not you? I don't know what to do now. This is really sad. I'm gonna go over to Dork's house and cry about it. Bear meat's thick in all the right places. It's greasy as fuck. Also full of tapeworms. There's not new evidence that fluoridation is unnecessary. We don't get the doses of it we need to protect our teeth naturally. You can just look at, the studies they've done on fluoridation and cavities in children, pre-fluoridated water and post-fluoridated water, and it makes a significant difference. We just don't care about poor people anymore, so we're going to take the fluoride out of the water because it might reduce their IQ by 1 or 2 points. Not that that fucking matters. Can I blame fluoride on my regardation? That's what everyone else seems to be doing. Have they considered not being poor anymore? I don't know. Kids don't need their teeth. They get a second set. Actually, if they get decay in their and like the children child teeth, whatever the fuck they're called. If they get decay in the first set of their teeth, it can spread into their jaw, and decay their adult teeth before they come out. So, cavity prevention in small children actually important. You know what? You know what they're going to do? It's okay. They're going to take fluoride out of the water, but they're going to make dental care a part of health care, and then everything will be good again, right? We'd much rather do that than put, a vial of fluoride in every reservoir in the country. So glad you're not an RFK Jr. supporter. He's a fucking nut job. I'm still waiting for free dental care here in Canada. I don't think it's ever going to happen, though. No. I mean, if they let Canadians practice dentistry, I think it's probably just Americans learn dentistry and then bring it to Canada. It's too bad it was a brain worm and not a brain-eating amoeba. Yeah. I have a friend who loves RFK, and it's so funny to fuck with him. I don't get it. I mean, he's clearly insane. Like, I don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on. Insanity should be obvious to everybody. Like everybody, no matter what political beliefs you have, you should be able to look at a crazy person and go, "That person is clearly fucking nuts." I recently watched a documentary with my kids about an elf that wanted to be a dentist instead of making toys. He sounded Canadian. Maybe just a stop loss hunt. It was a failure, but it just failed back to the support. There's still no positioning happening. I mean, the bulls are taking profit on in the money or out of the money sold puts. That's about all that's really happening here. That's the whole purpose of the push for the collar as the short vol positions decay out is because if they can get it above the collar, then they can close all of their short puts. And the MM has to eat all their bags. They're also closing short puts that they opened a couple hours ago. Yeah, that's called taking profits. You still think 70 breaks later on in the day? It could. Did we fail to fill the downside gap on that? We did. $6,100's really unlikely. There's more upside range into the latter part of the day because gamma expansion. But 6,100 is pretty far fetched. JPA's gonna have to say some really bullish shit to get us to 6,100. There's also just zero bullish interest to the upside of spot. There's no sold puts. It's just all sold calls all the way up to, well, they peak at 60.90, but they're all the way out to 61.20. The only thing I'm really interested in is these 0 DTE 6130 bot calls. I assume that they're put there as a hedge in case this short calls at spot squeeze. But if that hedge prints... Huh. 6130C 0 DTEs are hysterical. Someone's got 7,000 of them right now. 7,700. I think they're just a hedge against the short calls at spot, because we got short calls up to 90, and then those kind of fall off. Out to what is that? 6115. So these are all short calls. Here's spot. And then there's just like a fuck ton of bot calls here at 6130. But if all of these were to squeeze off, that's kind of right where we'd end up. So I think it's just a hedge in case like the JPAS speech is super bullish and the calls squeeze off. So you're telling me the full port? No. How much are they? I mean, Vega neutral on the monthly is at like 6,100. I think it would be pretty hard for us to push out that far. For them to become profitable before end of day, let's see, what would we need to get to? Say JPass speaking at 145. 24. 6130s are $2.50 right now. So they're $5 a contract. And at 145, let's say by 2 o'clock, we'll give JPOW 15 minutes to say something stupid. We'd have to be above 60.91 for them to start becoming profitable. So the break even at 2 p.m. is 60.91. And really, we'd have to be above 6,100 by then. If we test 6,100, they would hit $12. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, I'm sorry, 14 cents. A test of 6110, they would hit 69 cents. 6120, they'd hit $2.36. But it has to be by 2 o'clock. By 3 o'clock, the break even on them moves up to 103.86. And then on a test of 120, they would be worth $1 each, which is, I mean, still a 20x return. No, not a new high. High's still 60, 75, 73. He'd have to say something really bonkers. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think a 60-90 test or 60-85 test isn't super unreasonable. That would be possible, provided he says something bullish. But I don't think we're going to 61-20. Yeah. Grabbing more oxy here? No. Maybe. mm, Maybe around like 44, 43. I don't want to buy it unless it's below my cost basis. I don't care if it's below Warren Buffett's cost basis. Warren Buffett should learn how to sell in the money covered calls. JPO is the master of saying nothing. Yeah, but nothing's not good today. It's also not what the Fed wants. The Fed's clearly, very clearly pushing an agenda of we're not cutting rates anymore. Because again, they're trying to combat their lack of actual efficacy by using narrative. You know what they say? Talk is cheap. I mean, it's been an effective tactic so far. I'll tell you this much though: if Oxy drops back to $8, I'm gonna buy so much. You know it's cheap? Zero DTE pooties. They are. Ooh, slip 70. Do it. VIX is almost back to where it was this morning. $8? That's ludicrous. Why? It's been $8 before. It wasn't the COVID crash low, but it was like October of 2020 low when people thought that nobody was ever going to buy oil again. You think pro rate cut or is bullish or bearish at this point? I mean, the Fed can't do anything. They've lost control of rates, but I mean, no additional cuts is at least not good for the not beneficial to the dollar. If they're going to cut more, or if it kind of smells like they're going to cut more, then yields and dollar will probably move up more, which expands margin leverage, and that allows the indexes to push higher. What we're really going to be looking at with Powell talking is Fed fund futures, rates at the top end of the curve, and Dixie. Ooh, falling back into the synth short. Let's go. Mm. It wasn't very strong support. Mm. What in the actual fuck? Why am I getting so many notifications? When idiot trade? I don't know. Stop looking for trades to ghost. Make up your own. I thought me buying 25 out of the money spy puts was an idiot trade, but maybe it's not. I feel like the idiot trade isn't a good idea today. No, selling vol is particularly dangerous right here, especially with J-Pow speech coming up. Terrible advice. Let Gherkin do all your thinking for you. Uh, are the synthetic shorts at 6K and 59.50 still there? I don't know. Not really concerned with them right now, but I could go look, I guess. Yes. Ooh, there's also new puts at 59.80. The synthetic short at 6,000 is getting pretty big. 11,700 contracts on the put side. That looks like it's out at OPEX. Maybe even further than that. Where the fuck are those? Hold on. A bunch of them are for 12.6, 12.13. There's some for 12.27, 12.31, and then there's a bunch of them for 1.31. So, Jan, end of Jan. There's some for Thursday and Friday, but more obviously being added. The total OI on the 6,000 put is 38,768. The call side OI on that strike, most of it's for this Friday and end of December. Have they closed the gap and now saved 70? I don't know if I would say it's saved. I mean, the gap's closed. We got a little bounce off of it. Why the fuck would I buy GME calls? Trying not to read between the lines too much, but dang, yeah. It's a bit of bearish positioning. GME looks like shit. Lol, he doesn't know. Which? About MOASS. People still can't let GME go. I know, it's ridiculous. MOASS is tomorrow, right? Well, it's not today. Costco at the top yet? No. Costco has 15,000 calls for this Friday at $1,000. I'm on Fidelity Mobile, so I can't see the Greeks on GME. What is current IV? And how hard do you think they will crush after earnings? Looking at selling calls again. I sold at 30 last week. Thanks, by the way. Nice. That's Well, I started selling them at 29, but I sold some around 31 that were in the money, which was dope. Uh, Let me see. GME looks like Vol's already down pretty hard. It's dropped from like 145. It's a 30-day IV's at 99 right now. IV 10, it's kind of still chopping a bit. Let's see. Last earnings, IV 30 fell. What was that? The 9th, September 9th. So IV fell from 109 down to 61. Right now, IV's at 99. So we'll probably see IV turn back. Winter earnings. Does anyone know? Like, did they announce them yet? Or is it still like on the 10th? Yeah, so we'll probably see IV pick up a little or at least stabilize into earnings above $25. And then after earnings, IV will probably crush out. Unless they announce something special that isn't the firing of another executive member of the board. And they actually have an earnings call, which is not something they tend to do. Can they get through 75 here? Why? Probably not a lot. Hmm. What do we got? Another 45 minutes till JPAL? No problem. I sold a lot of calls on GME last week. Now do SPX? How am I gonna get assigned? I don't own any shares. Most of them expired last Friday. I've got a few that expire this Friday. They're at 31. I'm not particularly worried about it. Jesus, I'm a fat chunk of the OI on that street. Starting to actually help Kenny out. Where did the scam bounce come from? Support? See that white line I drew? We need to lose that to fail. Otherwise, just more chop. Little VIX peen, yeah. Just atrocious, awful short put de-risking above support, which is the most boring price action one could ever ask for. I have faith in LRCX. I mean, if it can get above 80, it's got some room to run. It's starting to build more interest between like 80 and 84.50. Yesterday, it picked up some. Probably needs to get above like 79.80 in the pre-market. If it can get above 79.80 in the overnight, then got a pretty clear shot up to like 86. And then we'll see if like 86 to 90 fills in. But it doesn't look too bad. Maybe a little light on options interest. But gamma and delta are still picking up on it. Also, if it picks up more IV, Vana's going to increase to the upside as well. And IV 30 went up, what, like 4% yesterday? Maybe I should buy more. It's kind of close to my cost basis. Back above VWAP. If I didn't think indexes were gonna sell off a bit, I'd probably add more to it. Maybe I'll wait till later today. What will happen to Root when Carvana dumps next year? It'll dump. So what Carvana's probably going to do after their payment in kind ends is attempt to restructure their business model in a way that promotes profitability per car sold versus a loss. Right now, Root benefits from the net loss per car that Carvana sells. So Carvana's losing about $1,600 per car they sell. And about, like 3 to 500 of that goes to Root. So as long as Carvana keeps selling large swaths of their inventory at a loss, Root's margins expand. Now, when Carvana's payment in kind ends and their cash flows go negative, they're going to have to do something to address their per car sale loss. And one of those things is probably going to be cutting out service providers and logistics providers. And when they do that, that's when Root would experience margin contraction. Then they just buy puts on Root and cease using it. Well, first they'll sell their ownership in Root, right? Then they'll buy puts on Root and cease using it. Yeah, Powell speaks at 1:45. IV10 on LRCX is moving up. IV30 is moving up. IV60 is still kind of questionable. Yeah, 60 and 90 are still pretty flat. Gamma max on LCR or LRCX is 98.62. So I would like to see Gamma max start to get closer to spot, indicate stronger out of the money call buying. But this setup is insane. Like, hold on. This is nuts. It just smashed like right through DN and VN to the upside. The last time it did this, it just ran straight in. Like but see, like Gamma Max was coming down. Gamma Max is still kind of up right now. So we want to see Gamma Max start to turn around on it a bit and move closer to spot. Some of those either short calls closing or from long calls being bought. Would tariffs destroy the new car market and make their inventory more valuable? Potentially. Um, I think certain makes and models, yes, it could. I don't think it'll matter. They're still massively in debt. Like their debt payments are far outstrip. Like once payment in kind is over, their debt payments far outstrip their revenues. Does the rise in volume mean short puts are pulling back? Yeah, that's the whole point of getting price up here, is to pull back short put positioning. Otherwise, they wouldn't try so hard to push the price above the collar. Go for broke. 100 spy pits. I got enough. They're not really doing much either, which is kind of neat. Why don't they sell their cars at a profit instead? Because so in order to get the inventory, they were buying cars for significantly more than they were worth and above market value. And now used car prices have been dropping, which is, means that they've got to sell those cars already at a loss on their books. But then in addition to that, they have to pay the costs to, clean the used cars after they get them, make sure that they're mechanically sound and they meet their insurance requirements. They've got to provide logistics and insurance support for those logistics. So, if you're shipping cars around the country, you've got to insure them while you're shipping them. And so there's a lot baked into moving the assets from one location to another in order to sell them. And all of that costs even more money in addition to their loss per unit, due to, buying at the top of the market. looking for cars for my wife, and Jeep dealers are fucking loaded, but Toyota lots are completely empty. Well, that's because Jeeps are pieces of shit, and Toyotas are awesome. The guy basically said you have to basically order it off the site. That could be a local issue, also. There's plenty of Toyotas around here for sale. You can get one from a dealer out of state and have it shipped to you. There's a lot of options. The Lexus, like the Lexus hybrid that I got, what was it, like a year ago? Year and a half ago? Is worth more now than it was when I bought it. Jeep just experiences every problem. You don't love domestic cars? I see a lot of brand new Tacomas. I love domestic cars when they're competitively priced. The parts have always been cheaper. I mean, Toyota parts aren't very expensive, but parts on like a Chevy are dirt cheap. If you got tools in a garage, if you have money, you don't even need to maintain your vehicles. You just lease them. Who cares if it's reliable? What an IS350 back in Jan. Yeah, they're good cars. They're just like Toyotas, but slightly less boring. I mean, Chevys are disposable. Yeah. Better than Fords, though. I don't know about their trucks. Ford trucks used to be fine. I'm sure they've gone downhill, but Trump picks crypto enthusiast for SEC chair. Trump's just gonna get rid of the SEC. Oh my god, if Trump gets rid of the SEC, this stream can get a lot more fun. What difference is it gonna make? They already do nothing. True. What could you do then? I mean, it opens me up to be able to say literally anything I want about any play. Although YouTube and Twitter as a whole are going to get a whole lot more fraudulent than they already are. You can basically say anything you want now. You're just cautious. Yeah. Yeah, true. Down with the SEC. Free Gherk. The markets will just become a battle royale. Yeah, basically. I've reported Gherk to the SEC. Oh, were you the one that did it? You're not alone. They don't care, but if that happens, I'm starting a website to get paid for insider tips. Well, yeah, I mean, that's the first thing, right? Is the insider trading will go away. And all of you guys who are engineers at major Fortune 500 companies can just start dropping hints in chat. We found a Widowmaker. Where? Oh shit, somebody's trying to trade nat gas. That actually sounds very entertaining, right? Me too can tell us about security breaches before they happen, so we know where to go long. Everything will just be chaos. Looking forward to pickled pump and dumps. Gross. I don't want to trade illiquid garbage. Gaff can get on the Sunday streams. No, he still has to worry about FINRA. Get rid of FINRA too. Easy peasy. They have too much money and lobbying power to be gotten rid of. Alright, I'm gonna find the Powell stream, and then I'm gonna make some lunch. And then I'm gonna be back for Powell. Because it doesn't look like anything's gonna happen until then. So, is it on their website? Or on their YouTube? Nope. Damn. They got some fucking big interviewees. Bezos, Bill Clinton, Sundar Pichai, Powell. They've got Prince Harry and the host of Call Her Daddy, and the president of the United Auto Workers. Just start watching this shit now. It's $2,800 to attend. Mm, can't find a fucking. I can't find a streaming link for this. Hmm. I'm long that gas of the day. That's about it. Oh, okay. If anybody can find me a live stream of this, it's the New York Times Deal Book Conference in New York City, and I'm not sure. I'm not sure where to find the fucking stream of it. There may not be one. CNBC has a live stream scheduled for JPOW? Okay. Yeah, it's on Pornhub under Cuck Fucks the World. Ooh. A little gappy gap. Interesting. Ball's back. Now we just need to go back up to 65. It's not that far away. I sent you a comparable stream. That's just a bear camera from Katmai National Park. Ah, wait, is that's the season intro? Okay, but that's like previously recorded. We don't want that. If you don't find it, tag you in chat on the Discord. Ah, perfect. Yo, Gurk, red candle. I know, I'm here. Maybe it's finally time for this bitch to sell off. Ooh. Gamma goes negative below that little line I drew. Right? Actually, it doesn't. It goes negative at 64. Wait, where did I draw the line? 64. Zero, zero. $64.01. Fuck it. Although it does get fairly negative here. Wait, that can't be right. Something's off there. 65. 1 second. Okay. We've got a stream. Maybe I'll hang out and see if my puts print. Okay, my line was better. Ooh, profit. Still some big support at 60, though. Or at least a lot of sold puts at 60. I got some 60, 70 puts for well, not next Friday, for OPEX. JPAD doesn't speak for another 13 minutes. Hmm. That's where gamma goes negative on the 0DTs. Where I drew that, where the white line is. I guess Greg's having adrenaline for lunch. The most of the puts I bought today are for OPEX, so it's not really all that exciting. Gets a lot more exciting if we keep dropping, but not too crazy right here. Hmm. There's a lot of sold puts at 60. So it's not weak. But they're not going to want to stay open with the price dropping into them, right? Oh, fuck. Bouncing on sold puts when they're above GN. Well, mm, The soul puts here don't have any positive gamma support. So they're a little less bouncy. That doesn't stop them from selling more puts, of course. Hmm. Selling lots of puts. Hmm. 60, 66, 20. God damn it. Yeah, I don't think he starts talking until 145, right? He's not talking yet. Oh, here we go.
One man may be it. He has been in charge of the nation's monetary policy now for 6 years under both President Trump and President Biden, and through the most unusual and challenging times, we should say, the COVID pandemic and all the economic shifts that, of course, came with that. Fair to say that the fears of a recession never happened. Through the most unusual and challenging times, we should say, the COVID pandemic and all the economic shifts that, of course, came with that. Fair to say that the fears of a recession never happened, so far at least, and he has managed to pilot the economy through what a lot of people thought was an impossible idea, which is this idea of a soft landing. He has been praised and criticized, often in the same day, and now the very idea of the Fed's independence is in question politically in Washington, which we'll talk about. We could not be more pleased to have you here with us, so thank you.
Thanks. It's great to be here, Andrew. Thank you.
You know, most of the interviews that you do, people talk directly, specifically, and start about the economy. People actually rarely, I have found, try to find out about you and who you are and how this all happened and how you feel about all of this. And so before we get into anything economic, I just want to get personal with you because, as I said, there's a lot of powerful people in the world. A lot of them come on this stage. There are presidents, there are CEOs, there are billionaires who are powerful. But in many ways, uniquely, you have a power that others do not. And I'm so very curious as a human how that power sits with you.
Well, first of all, it's great to be here. Thanks for having me. I guess I would say that I really love the work that I do, and that's the main thing. I like my job. I love my job. It's a great honor to do it. The work is incredibly interesting all the time, and I work at an institution full of highly talented people who are committed to public service. We know that the things that we do really matter for everybody, people and companies, and so I get enormous satisfaction about that. And there's a fair amount of responsibility, but you think about people who run large organizations, it probably feels very much the same.
Even when you can just change the dial and it changes everything.
So I've been at the Fed for almost 13 years, and I've been chair for 6.5 years, and I'm kind of used to the work that we do and the way we do it and all that. And so I don't experience it as difficult and unpleasant, although it can certainly be that. But I just feel lucky to do it, and I basically enjoy the work a great deal.
Okay, so let's just go back in time, though, just to explain a little bit to everybody about how this happened. And it didn't just happen to you. It's something that you wanted. You graduated from Princeton. After Princeton, by the way, you went to Europe, from what I've read now. You have a guitar.
Yeah.
You were playing music in Paris, including the song I'm So Lonesome I Could Cry. Could you still play that song?
That's not a hard song to play. I could play that song. I can't sing it very well.
Did you make
anymore.
money doing this?
No, never. People pay me to stop, actually.
And then you come back to the States, and you become a lawyer. Then you go to Dillon Reed.
Yeah.
And when you're at Dillon Reed, which was an investment bank, just to date the world here, no longer with us. It's been merged into a whole bunch of other places since then. You had a boss named Nicholas Brady, who later on, by the way, becomes the Treasury Secretary.
I don't know if there's anything more
You're
bullish
sitting
than
there,
cool JPOW.
At this bank, and it was at this bank that you knew that you wanted to do something in public service.
Actually, when I was in college, I'm not one of those very mature kids who came out with a plan. I really had one thought. I'd grown up in Washington, D.C. My family was not part of the government and those elite circles, but I had this thought that I wanted to have a life which was mostly in the private sector, but then to do public service from time to time. And I had people like Cyrus Vance and George Shultz, who some of you may remember, in mind. People like that who had great private sector careers. That was the only idea that I had. And so one day at Dillon Reed, I forced myself to get up and walk up the stairs and knock on Nick Brady's giant office, which seemed to me like the Palace of Versailles at the time, given I was working in a broom closet at the time, and say, Nick, if you do anything in Washington, he's a former U.S. Senator. He was close to former President George H.W. Bush. If you do anything in Washington, I'd love to staff you. And he said, that's great, thanks. He asked his assistant to write my name down, and I went back to my broom closet, thinking nothing would happen. But a couple months later, I get a call from Denise Emmett, who says, please come up. And I worked on a project with Nick Brady in Washington. We became friends and colleagues. He becomes Secretary of the Treasury, eventually invites me to go to Washington as an assistant secretary. And honest to God, the point of the story is that little bit of initiative to force myself to get up and very fearfully knock on his door, thinking he might take it the wrong way. Maybe I wanted to leave the firm or something. And that little bit of initiative, without
I can't turn it up a bit. It's up all the way.
That is what opened the door to me to do public service at a high level that I hadn't really earned or deserved. So
did you ever think you don't have a?
No.
So did you ever think that you wanted to go to the Fed?
So when I worked at Treasury for 3 years. And I really liked the people at the Fed, people like Don Cohn and Alan Greenspan and many others. I liked it. Never thought that's where I would wind up. I thought I'd love to come back and serve again. in some kind of economic capacity, but I never thought I would be at the Fed. So then what happened was I did a study of the debt ceiling during the 2010 debt ceiling crisis, and I briefed really the Republican House and Senate caucuses and convinced them that they had to raise the debt ceiling, that it wasn't a fake thing, that there really would be a default. And the Obama administration was extremely grateful to me for doing that and nominated me to the Fed. And I've loved it really since I started there.
So you never had the sense, there's a guy you probably know who has a sense that your job, he says, it's the greatest job in government. You show up to the office once a month and you say, let's flip a coin, and everybody talks about you like you're a god.
Yeah.
That is President-elect Trump.
I know, yeah. So he's right. The part about it being the greatest job, it might well be right. I have to say I do, as I mentioned, I do love the work, and it's a special place to be surrounded by people who are so dedicated and to know that your work really matters for people. It's a very special honor to do that work.
Did you laugh when you heard that?
I thought he's partly right there but he's not right about the come to work, once every month.
Just the flipping of the coin part?
Yeah, that part it's not like that. Not like that.
Let me ask you this, because it is the sort of political question that I think is in the mix right now, which is, you have talked a lot about the importance of the independence of the Federal Reserve. This is a group of people that I know that you are highly committed to. And there are now genuine questions, because the President-elect has been quite outspoken about it, just publicly, about the idea that maybe the Federal Reserve should come under more control and the White House should have more influence over it. What do you think when you hear that?
Well, I think that what is the case for the Fed being independent? What does independent mean? It basically means that we can make our decisions without them being reversed, other than by Congress, which created it. We're a creature of Congress. We're not in the Constitution. We're a creature of statute. So that's what independent means. And that gives us the ability to make these decisions for the benefit of all Americans at all times, not for any particular political party or political outcome. We're supposed to achieve maximum employment and price stability for the benefit of all Americans and keep out of politics completely. I think there is very, very broad support for that set of ideas in Congress, in both political parties, on both sides of the hill. And that's what really matters. It's the law of the land. And I'm not concerned that there's some risk that we would lose our statutory independence, because I do think that those set of ideas are strongly believed by people. But
do you fear? I mean, he has talked openly about firing you, which is something technically he's not supposed to be able to do.
So I never discuss anything that elected officials say. So I'm going to disappoint you here. I just know, this is our focus. The U.S. economy is in very good shape right now. It's in remarkably good shape. We are the sort of envy of other large economies around the world. And I want to do everything I can to keep it there during the rest of my term. And I feel very good about where the economy is and where monetary policy is.
We're going to go there in a moment, and I'm going to try a slightly different approach with you, which is this. Because this guy's not elected yet, or even confirmed. So the new Treasury Secretary, likely to be, if he gets confirmed, Scott Bessent, who I think you know, has made this is what he told Barron's. He said it publicly. He said, quote, and this is an effort to undermine your power. He said, you could do the earliest Fed nomination and create a shadow Fed chair. And based on the concept of forward guidance, effectively the idea of what people expect in the future, no one is really going to care what Jerome Powell has to say anymore. What do you think the impact of something like that would be? Do you believe that that's even a possibility in the world?
So let me say I don't think that's on the table at all. There's a set of institutional relationships between the Fed and every administration. I fully expect that we'll have the same general kinds of relationships that we have, institutional relationships, for example, with the Council of Economic Advisors, but most importantly with the Treasury Department. The Treasury Secretary and the Fed Chair have had breakfast or lunch together every week for 75 years. And not more than that, the institutions have to, there's got to be trust and mutual respect and acknowledgement of the different authorities and boundaries that we have. but a very constructive relationship because, in times of crisis, we work much more together under the law. Nonetheless, it's a very important relationship, and I'm confident that we'll have the same kinds of relationsps with the incoming
that first lunch,
administration.
though, is going to be interesting.
It's going to be fine.
Have you guys talked?
I don't know him. I don't know him well, but I am confident that I will have the same kind of relationship with him once he's confirmed as I've had with other Treasury secretaries.
Okay, let me ask you a slightly different question.
Short puts to the downside are pulling back on this move up.
Actually, very different about just influence from the White House, because I think the public, it would help people to understand it. So before Paul Volcker passed away, I went to go visit him in his apartment on the Upper East Side. This is back in 2018. I was writing a story about him. And he had just written a book, and he had talked about and told me a story about how President Ronald Reagan and his chief of staff back then, James Baker, had asked him to come to the Oval Office. This is in 1984. And he says, quote, "Reagan didn't say a word. Instead, Baker delivered a message. The president is ordering you not to raise interest rates before the election." Now, Volcker wasn't planning to raise interest rates, and he said that he was stunned by all of this. And then he went on to say that he later surmised that the library location had been chosen, quote, because unlike the Oval Office, it probably lacked a taping system. Has anything like that ever happened to you?
Basically, no. No. I mean, you remember in the prior administration, there was a lot of public things that happened, and the things that happened in private were exactly the same. The president said the same things to me privately as he said publicly. I said the same things privately to the president as I said publicly. So all of that it was in the prior administration. But nothing like, I know I'm very familiar with that story and with that book, by the way, but nothing exactly like that happened.
The other question that I had this is a government question, which is, we've been talking about Doge and things like that today. The Fed is self-funded, my understanding, but it does have congressional oversight. As Congress thinks about trying to figure out how to deal with the debt and the deficits and trying to make things more efficient, do you think that the Fed could come into or come under some kind of Doge-like program?
Part of our independence is that we are self-funded and we have, the ability to make our own decisions about hiring people and that kind of thing. So we've got strong legal independence. We do try to run the Fed respectfully, and we know these are taxpayer dollars. Even though essentially we have a large balance sheet, and our assets earn more than our liabilities, so we're earning a spread, and we give those profits every year to the Treasury Department. But we also use some of it to pay for the Fed. But we try to be good, stewards of the public's money as well.
One of the things that I think is fascinating about you, and differs from many of the other predecessors of yours, is you speak very plainly and very openly and transparently. Alan Greenspan spoke somewhat obtusely. There was always this sort of communication divide in some ways. And I'm so curious how you think about that, which is this idea of communicating, and some people, by the way, would argue over-communicating in terms of the way the Fed approaches its job today. Sort of post-financial crisis, there really was a move to try to tell the public what was going to happen, to try to tell everybody where everybody thought the Fed was about to go, and whether you think
Did they say Volcker?
that has helped you, or long-term, whether you think that has to be rethought.
So go back 50 years, and central banks were mysterious, and there was a lot of lore that was the right thing to be. Then there was a bunch of academic research by people like Alan Blinder and others, which came to the view, which is, I think, clearly correct, that if the market and the public understand how you will react to incoming data, then they'll do your work for you. So today, when some economic event happens, markets adjust immediately, long before we take any policy action. So that's the whole modern theory, is to be as transparent as possible. And we've greatly increased transparency. People do make the argument that, enough transparency, maybe it's too much. But I think generally the overall...
buy some more 60, 70 puts.
Very constructive. And also, we're a public entity. We shouldn't be mysterious. We should be telling people what we're doing and why. In terms of speaking plainly, I think it's important that the interested public be able to understand what we're doing. And so it's important that we explain it in a way that doesn't include a lot of jargon. Jargon is really important when you're talking to other central bankers or other economists, but when you talk to the public and use jargon, you just make people angry because it excludes people.
But do you think it makes it harder for you to make a snap decision if a snap decision is necessary? Because the markets have already moved on this expectation of where they think you're supposed to be or where they think you're going.
I haven't. That hasn't happened. I mean, we've moved very, very quickly, both up and down with rates when it became appropriate to do so. I mean, we cut rates. We were the first central bank in the world to cut rates to zero during the pandemic, and we raised rates during the inflation faster than the Fed ever has.
So, here's a question about where we are now in this economy, and I want to get into maybe where the economy may go, but the expectation is that you're going to cut rates. But I'm curious about why that is the expectation, insofar as we're still in a moment where it appears that inflation looks a little stickier than we thought it did, and the economy is stronger in many ways than had been expected. And so the question is, what is the cost, if you will, of waiting?
Right. So let me
Is the economy stronger or is inflation just up?
The background is that, as I mentioned, the U.S. economy is doing very well. We're in a very good place with the economy.
Holy fuck shit, look at that gap.
2.5%. And inflation has come down. Headline inflation was as high as 7.2 or so. Now it's at 2.3%.
That's the good shit.
And unemployment's at 4.1%, which is a little higher than it was a couple years ago, but it's still it's a very, very low level. And, we're not quite there on inflation, but we're still making progress. So the backstory is that the U.S. economy is in very good shape, and there's no reason for that.
That was fucking crazy.
So we raised rates to between 5.25 and 5.5, and we held them there for 14 months. And other central banks around the world had already started cutting. We were the last major central bank to cut. And we're now on a path to bring rates back down to a more neutral level over time. But you're right, the economy is strong, and it's stronger than we thought it was going to be in September. So the labor market is better, and the downside risks appear to be less in the labor market. Growth is definitely stronger than we thought, and inflation is coming a little higher. So the good news is that we can
You buy more puts on that? I bought more puts a little bit before that.
And as we try to find neutral.
Tell me, I'm actually very
4
curious
minutes
about
ago.
how you think about it. Occasionally when you either get it wrong or it's not where you think it was going to go. As you just said, you had a different view in September than you do now. Obviously, things change. But what was it in September that surprised you?
No, they're for like OPEX. I'm not buying puts for like 0 DTs.
Well, in September, what we saw was the unemployment rate had moved up close to a full percentage point, and again, we'd held on long.
I have a few 0 DTs, but not many.
Cut, and I mean, more broadly, there are two risks, right? There's the risk that we move too quickly and undermine the progress we've made on inflation, and there's the risk that we move too slowly and unnecessarily undermine the labor market. And we're trying to be in that middle place and get it just right so that we continue to get inflation coming down. We keep policy at a restrictive level, but at less restrictive level over time. That's what we're trying to do. I would say in September, it was time for us to cut because it was time. But
Seems like the beige book must have been ugly.
We
Hold on.
A strong signal that we were going to support the labor market if it continued to weaken. What happened instead was, in the couple of months after that, we got some data revisions which strongly suggested that the economy is even stronger than we thought. Even stronger than we thought. So the picture is actually stronger than it was then.
How do you think we, as the public, should think about when we get these labor numbers, which, by the way, seem to get revised all the time? Do we have a counting problem? No, and I ask it really because oftentimes we'll see a number and then you'll find out, a month later that not only was their new number, but actually the old number was off by more than you could expect. Do you think there's a better way?
So the way it works is that the numbers that people see from the household survey is the unemployment rate, and then the payroll jobs, that's an economic establishment survey. They're surveys, so you're not counting people nationwide. You're doing a sophisticated as you can survey, and you're projecting that out to the nation. What's happened lately is that survey response levels have come down, and that has probably it's meant for smaller groups of people, and that means there's more volatility. There's been more volatility in the revision. So you've seen a lot of months in which
Yeah, it looks like it was just a bunch
job
of fucking
number
sold
comes
puts
in and
getting
gets
pulled
revised
back.
down the next month, and that's typical when the unemployment
chunk.
is going up.
But from
These
where?
the labor market data is among the best data that we get. We do eventually, not we, the Fed doesn't do this kind of data, but it eventually gets down to counting people and tax records and things like that. But the first numbers that you see are survey-based, and they're going to be a little volatile.
How do you take into account, and do you, some of the things that may be forward-looking in terms of political or new
60-50?
So we heard a couple things this morning when we were talking to Ken Griffin. One is he thinks that the economy is about to rip in a great way because the regulatory shackles are going to come off the system that were under the Biden administration, and President-elect Trump is going to take that off. At the same time, we also talked about tariffs and the uncertainty that would create, which he does not think is going to actually create much uncertainty, at least for a while. How do you, sitting in your seat, think about those things?
So like all forecasters, we have to kind of make a guess at this point about what's going to mean for the economy. But let's take tariffs. Here's what we don't know about tariffs. We don't know how big they'll be. We don't know their timing and their duration. We don't know what goods will be tariffed. We don't know what countries' goods will be tariffed. We don't know how that will play into prices. What will be the transmission into prices? We don't know how people in the markets and in the economy will react to that. And we don't know whether other countries will retaliate. So that's the list of things that we don't know. A partial list of the things we don't know. So we can't really start making policy on that at this time. That is something that lies well into the future. We have to let this play out. We literally don't know all those things. The main thing we don't know is all the other things that will be happening in the economy in 6 months or a year when this starts to matter. So what are we doing? We're modeling this. We're looking at it. We're evaluating it. We're observing. But it's right. The decisions we're making right now are not about that. They're about what's happening in the economy now.
Similar answer in terms of immigration. And the reason I ask about immigration is, the CBO has calculated that if there's one force in the economy today that could be a major boost or not to the GDP, jobs, tax revenue, lowering the deficit, all of it, seems to be about higher net immigration.
So let me say, for both trade and immigration, the Fed has no role in that policy. We don't have an institutional view on the right level of tariffs or the right level of immigration. It's just not our job. That's the job of elected people, and we don't comment on the decisions they make for whatever reasons they deem appropriate. We don't comment on that. But I can tell you, there was a great deal of significant wave of immigration. It's now the level of immigration has come way down in the second half of this year as the Biden administration changed its policies. Right. It's true that a lot of people came in and they went to work, and that was part of why the GDP growth was so high in 2023 was a wave of people coming in and doing more work and spending money.
I know the dollar is the Treasury's department, so I'm not going to ask you about the dollar per se, but I am curious, just because it relates to tariffs, there has been this sort of speculation around tariffing countries, BRIC countries, that may be trying to build their own currency. And long term, if you're just to think out a long time, the idea of the U.S. as a reserve currency relative to somebody else creating their own, is that something that concerns you?
You started with this. The administration, and more particularly the Treasury Department, has responsibility for the value of the dollar and for exchange. It's not something that we opine on. We stay away from that, and they stay away from what we do.
You hope. Let me ask you a slightly different question about crypto. We were talking earlier also about Bitcoin, and it's going, it's rising. There's talk in Washington also about creating a Bitcoin reserve, actually. You do deal with currencies to some degree, and you have to think about some of these issues. How does crypto sit with you right now at a time when it appears that this next administration may legalize it in a much more broader way? I mean, it's legal now, but that there might be a much bigger groundswell for it?
So from the jobs that we have, what's relevant is really two things. One is just, what role should crypto assets be allowed to play in the banking system? We try to keep the banking system safe and sound. We regulate and supervise.
Every shitco in the market's now YOLOing BTC into their treasury to try to pump to stay listed.
And the banks to not to threaten the health and well-being of the banks. That's thing one. The other one just is, to the extent anybody's doing that through a bank, we would want the public to, if people are buying crypto products and things like that, there's sort of a consumer protection aspect of it. But they should need to understand exactly what it is and that sort of thing. But we're not, we don't regulate it directly, and we don't have that big a role.
Would you ever own it yourself?
I'm not allowed to.
You're not allowed to?
No.
What?
One of the big issues coming up is going to be taxes and the.
That's the most bearish thing I've ever heard for Bitcoin.
You have spoken out quite emphatically about is debt and deficits. You've been doing that now for a very, very long time. What is in your mind?
I thought that was the loophole, was buying crypto.
For the debt and the deficit, in that, for a very long time, I go back to thinking of 2010 or 11. I read some of the speeches you were giving back then, and thinking about Simpson Bowles. And at that time, people talked about the debt and deficit. We're at a tipping point. If we don't deal with it immediately, we're at a knife's edge. We're going to tip over. And here we are in 2024, and we haven't tipped over yet. And in between that, there was this whole MMT idea that somehow we could just spend money wildly, and that would be fine too. And I'm not sure that's gained too much traction either. Maybe it's been undone. But what do you worry about as the tipping point for all of this?
So you're right. I did work on fiscal policy issues before I came to the Fed. But at the Fed, we don't have oversight over fiscal policy. Quite to the contrary, Congress has oversight over us. So I would limit myself to saying this, that the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path. The debt is not at an unsustainable level, but the path is unsustainable. And we know that we have to change that. We've got to get back so that revenues and spending are in better alignment. We don't need to pay the debt down. We don't need to balance the budget. We just need the economy to grow faster than the debt, and that's not happening. We're running very large budget deficits at a time of full employment and strong growth. So we need to address that, and we got to do it sooner or later, and sooner is better than later.
Now, do you think the Fed should or could take into account the debt and deficits and that cost in terms of where you think rates can or should be ever?
No, never. I mean, if the central bank, this is you see this in some emerging market countries, for example. If the central bank can't raise rates to deal with inflation because the fiscal situation is so bad that they can't raise rates, that's called fiscal dominance, and that we're so far from that. I mean, we will always use our tools to achieve price stability and maximum employment, 2% inflation. We're not thinking about, we better not raise rates because of the budget. If we ever get to that point, that we're far from that point.
Right. Before I forget, one of the reasons I wanted to actually ask you about Bitcoin is, to some degree, people think that is a symbol of people's faith or lack of faith in either the U.S. dollar or in the Federal Reserve itself, in terms of the system. What do you think of that idea?
I don't think that's how people think about it. I mean, it's so, people use Bitcoin as a speculative asset, right? It's like gold. It's just like gold, only it's virtual. It's digital. People are not using it as a form of payment or as a store of value. It's highly volatile. It's not a competitor for the dollar. It's really a competitor for gold. That's really how I think of it.
When you think about other countries, and I know it's not your job necessarily to think about other countries, but you spend a lot of time, I think, talking to your peers at other central banks. What are you most concerned about? Are you most concerned about the economy in China right now? Are you most concerned about Europe? Take us around the world.
They're as good as things are in the United
Why
States.
is he saying it's a competitor to gold? Because crazy people think it has value.
Very elevated around the world with Ukraine and the Middle East, and kind of very weak growth in places like China. That's all out there. I think domestically, we do see low and moderate income people under some economic.
In reality,
if you read
Peter Schiff
or listen to the earnings reports from some of the retailers who deal a lot
Is
with
the same as Sailor.
they will
They're the same
frequently
person.
say that people are under pressure, they're very much price shopping and that kind of thing. So that's
How does
the
it have
aggregate
more
numbers in the
value
US
than
are really
gold?
good, but we see
Gold is an
prices that are
actual
lower
commodity.
income spectrum that we didn't see 2 years ago. After
There's
the
gold
pandemic,
in
people came out
the
with
phone that
big
you jerk
prices
off to in the shower. It doesn't cost more.
When we came up, and I don't know if you got a chance to see the video, we were talking, one of the big things was vibe session. This idea of how people think, the vibe about the economy. And I think the vibe had a lot to do with actually the result of the election. And I'm curious how you think about this question, about inflation. A lot of people were saying, well, it is this past administration's
Cost per pound. PTC weighs 0. Fuck off.
Some people said it was how much money Congress appropriated during the period of COVID. How do you actually think about it yourself?
Look, we shut down the world economy partially, and there was a global outburst of inflation. There was a time when there wasn't a single country in the world that had 2% inflation. It was everywhere, okay? And what was it because? It was because of a lot of pent-up demand. It was certainly because of very strong fiscal support and low rates. Right. All of those things contributed to inflation everywhere. And now it's, if you look at, I could show you a graph of 10 countries, and they all look like that, and I'd say which one is the United States? You wouldn't be able to, you'd have a 1 in 10 chance of guessing. So I think that's what happened. And, the good news is, in the case of the United States, we're back to a much better place. But I will say, people are unhappy because the price level is higher. Right. You can tell people that inflation has gone down, which is the change in prices, but that doesn't matter to people who are paying 10, 20% more for the important things in their lives.
You are known to spend a lot of time talking to folks in Congress privately. Folks like Fetterman, by the way, love you, apparently. I'm curious what you think the state of financial literacy is in Congress today.
Like anything else, it's mixed. There are people who are very knowledgeable, and they tend to be the ones in responsible positions on the important committees. And there are people who
no, they aren't.
There's so many things to be an expert on when you're a congressman or a senator. Think of the breadth of the things they have to know about. Defense. It's endless. So it's not surprising that most of them are not. A good number of them are focused on the economy and monetary policy and things like that. But many of them are focused on other things, as you would expect.
We're out of time, but before we go, I am told that you have a special talent. I don't know if the public knows about this special talent, but I thought since we're here, we should try it out, which is that apparently you can repeat sentences backwards, famously.
Ever since I was a little kid, I was able to see, and just for standard vocabulary words, I can see it in my head spelled forwards and backwards. I started pretty much any word, as long as it's not 12 syllables, And I started doing that for friends when I was about 10 years old, and they were like, "What is that?" So I would write it down. So I can just see that, and I'm not as good as that I used to be, but I can literally see the word forward and backward in my head, and I can.
Is he just dyslexic?
Can you do the sentence backwards?
I can do each word. I can't do the whole sentence.
So the sentence I had written down, this was Bernanke in 2008. It may be too long for you, though. If we don't do this now, we won't have an economy on Monday.
I'll do economy, inamos. Imonos. That's economy backward. I'm not going to do the whole sentence.
Jay Powell, everybody, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Andrew.
Most of the interview.
All right. That was horseshit. The market should crash on that alone. Economy backwards. Yeah, you're right. Let's have another 7 gap downs. Somebody pulled back a shitload of sold puts at 50 here. They haven't really sold any more. But they definitely caught the knife on futures, so I don't know. Some strong knife catching skills on display by the bulls today. We got a new high. I think we could test 80. Maybe not for long, but we could test it. Maybe a little short of 80. Yeah, probably a little short of 80. Mm. 70 is still supportive here, though. There's still a synth short at 70. Although, again, most of the sold calls are for Friday, so they don't have as much gamma as the 0 GTE sold puts. But there's not a lot of sold puts at spot. They're still selling the puts down. Like, the majority of the puts that are sold today are still down at like 50-45. There's a decent number at 55-60, but about half of what there is at the previous two strikes. And then 60, 65, 70, 75, very few. Very few puts sold at those prices. There's some sellers on ES. A little short. I think we could get one more tick out of it. Downside gap at 75. 76, 75. It's 222. I think sub 70 today. Charm would not favor the sold puts. Actually, sub 80. Charm doesn't really favor the sold puts. This will be interesting. There's not a lot of support under us at any strike. Are you gonna buy some Hawk Tua coin when it drops? I mean, no. We almost got. What did we get? We got, what time did he start speaking? 45? I think he sold off mostly before he started speaking. But we got 22 bips down, 26 up. Just 1K contracts on the 6130C for tomorrow. 1K volume. There's currently 7,800 contracts open at that strike for today. I sold all my XRP back when it hit like $1. Or it was just under $1. I think it was like 90 cents or something like that. Shockingly, even crypto with use cases isn't going to get used for anything. So I'm not particularly worried about it. Can I get to print my 6055 Ps? I don't know. Those are kind of far out of the money. Well, here we are, just shy of 80. Hmm. Gonna need to see some more vol shorting, or this is going to collapse. Hmm. 80, 85, 90? Not yet. Pull back overnight. Maybe. Might get a pullback before overnight. This is roughly VN, right? What's VN at? Like monthly VN? Or weekly, rather. Weekly VN's 60, 80, 109. So we're quite close. Yeah, man, is definitely long quite a lot of puts here. I'm kind of surprised they were able to turn around the sell-off sub 70. Because Gamma gets real bad for the bulls around there. 60, 67, 90, 90, 65, 90. Where does gamma go negative? Let's make gamma fun color. Oh, they don't really give you a lot of fun colors. So as vol increases, VN should come down effectively. Like the market maker's Vega exposure goes up. Although more substantial moves in volatility are probably more important. VIX would probably have to get above 14, 1450 for it to really shake shit up. Yeah, VN's at 81. So we're quite close to it. VIX doesn't actually indicate anything. It just, besides the spread on options, 21 to 33 days to expiry within X distance from spot. Sell calls above 80. You could. It's risky. Anytime you have this much pressure, there's like some risk that there's a squeeze, right? Is the meatball about to fall down? Ooh. Hmm. No. If it got under 50, it would. But not really here. It's not super slippery to the downside. It might be getting more so as the day progresses. What did I see VN was? 81. It's like 81 something. 8109. Piece of shit. I fucking hate these charts. Whatever. I think bulls are still pushing here. Harley's trying to. Did J-Po say anything, or was he just doing coloring books with toddlers? Coloring books with toddlers. He talked about playing the guitar in college. He said economy backwards. It's weekly VN. Still matters. Fuck, it's gonna happen. The trend test. The ultimate USA bubble test. We're very close. It's at 60, 85, 13. Oh, SCHD? It's not the worst. I buy it sometimes. I haven't bought any in a while, but usually I won't buy it unless it looks like it has some positive return value aside from the dividend. The people who buy it and just like drip it are kind of morons, though. Can we hit 60-90 today? Yeah, we could. I don't think we see 6100, but we could hit 60-90. What's your go-to dividend stock or ETF? I generally don't buy any dividend stocks that I don't think are going to move up. Hmm. Do you think this fails before market close? I think we're not very well supported here, but that doesn't mean we'll fail. Although I think if we do fail, it would be an epic failure. Could we close above 80? Very difficult, but yes. We can close above weekly VN. Closing above monthly VN shouldn't be. It's not something that should really happen. You can, but it's like, it's not going to stay there and probably even into the next day. But monthly VN's up at like 6,100. So we're not really there yet. Also, there's not a ton of short puts at spot. So the MM's not getting weighted too heavily to the downside. Most of the short puts are fairly far out of the money or in the money, which adds delta, which helps drive prices up. There's not a lot of puts being sold in the money. There's at spot, there are far more sold calls than puts by a long shot. Is that Bernoulli's? I don't know fluid dynamics. 1 second. God, Greek neutrals are so cool. I think most of this buying's coming from NQ. Not from ES. RSP's negative right now. It's fucking like down 20 points on the day. This is all just tech. Tech and a little bit of Dow and post CRM earnings. But they're pretty neat. What? JFresh's weird like test questions? I can't remember. I mean, I never did fluid dynamics, so there's some stuff here I don't think I know. But I know Bernoulli's principle applies. And then, like, I know there's an equation for head loss, but I don't remember what it is. It's like Darcy something, right? Or Darby. Mark Zuckerberg's ass is fucking caked. He gives a shit what the question was asking. I mean, me? So the pump feeds 100, supply ahead of 100 meters. Mark weighs 80 kilograms. So you have a friction factor, a hose length, hose diameter. I'm guessing gravity. Meters per second? Squared? Reynolds transport theorem for momentum and friction lossless. 9.8 meters per second squared. Okay, yeah. And then what velocity of the water? Are you stroking out? I'm trying to solve this fucking test question JFresh sent me. It's for 25 points. But we're trying to find the height of the hoverboard where it'll ignore, will hover at a steady state. Step 1, draw a free body diagram of Zuck's ass. I mean, how many points total are on the syllabus? It doesn't matter. You have to get 100% or you failed. Don't be a fucking loser, dork, alright? We're doing a Sunday stream on Wednesday? I just want to solve this problem. Why am I getting so much shit for it? Ask AI to solve it and probably get it wrong. Okay, so hold on. The people don't like math, Gherkin. I don't care what the people like. If I cared what people like, I wouldn't fucking do this. Nobody knows what you're talking about except Dork. I don't even know if Dork knows. So it's a... Test question isn't important. Check DMs. Oh shit! It's not loading. I got a link to a thing that doesn't load. Bulls are still pushing here? No. No, the push is falling back a bit. Oh shit, I was profitable? Why didn't anybody tell me? God damn it. No, it was for like one tick. Just got another hour? Go to dev, look at thing. Alright. Oh fuck, there's so many charts. This is hot. Hey look, Nuke, all the puts are out of the money. Who would have thought? I'm gonna solve this fucking thing. Is the hose diameter important? It seems important. I don't know. I feel like the velocity of the flow is important somehow, but I don't know how to calculate it. Alright, I give up. I'm gonna have to look up a bunch of shit. The answer is pi hard R squared for the hose diameter? Wouldn't it be like pi diameter squared? Divided by something? Did you draw the free body diagram? I mean, his ass is just super caked up. I don't know what you want me to say. GPTs are not agreeing? That's what you guys get. Is charm supportive into end of day? Under 80? I don't think so. This is fucking cool. Damn, everyone's just speculating on energy right now. $60, $69, $66, $80. Going down to 75, gamma falls off by 123 billion. And then it falls from 75 to 70. It falls off another. Oh, that's weird. That's not. Okay. Falls off another 48 billion. And then from 70 to 65. 6 falls off another 20 billion. Hmm. What is NASDAQ so bullish on? Wait, is QQQ at Gamma Max yet? No, it's not. Close. DMs, DMs, DMs. I never thought I would send you this. Went down. Wait, that's not even the right equation. Oh, okay. Wait. Hmm. Okay, so density of the fluid, but we're using water, so we know the density. Average relative velocity at the outlet. Oh, so you have to do it as a cross section. Hmm. You can still make money on those puts. 3 cents is still profit. We have an hour before the market's closed. And I don't care. I already made like $500 on other trades today. I want this piece of shit to dump. Retest 21,400. So the velocity of the water is 8.33 meters per second. Not, no, just meters per second. The density is what? 1 gram per cubic centimeter. So 1,000 kilograms per meter cubed. And then we need the, wait, where's the radius? Well, I wouldn't expect you to send me a problem that Chat GPT could solve, JFresh. Nor would I expect you to ask your students questions that Chat GPT could solve. Unless you're giving up and just leaning into the tenure. Plot twist? ChatGPT wrote the question. Ooh. Breaking up again. On what? What is pushing us higher? This is all QQQ? Selling of the 75 put. CRMs showed that you can still say AI, AI, AI and have your stock go up. What did they say about AI? We AI up in this bitch, boys? Oh, okay. I really want to sell calls here, but I feel like I'll get squeezed out. Downside support's getting stronger. Hmm. They're growing at around 9% of revenue a year. Knowing this, I will now look up the PE of CRM. This is gonna be one of those inexplicable late day pumps before we get stopped out before 100x gains. Um, I mean, there's like $7 that we could move to the upside. Maybe. QQQ has $2 more of upside before it hits Gamma Max. Is it cool for a company growing at single digits to have an EPS of 60? Is that dollars or cents? Get the entertainer queued up for this 1929 trend test. We're very close. Only only $2 left to go. And we'll tap the top of the 1929 bubble, the Roaring Twenties bubble, and the top of the .com bubble. Well, the logarithmic trend of the top of those bubbles. He means PE. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, you don't want to pay $60 for every dollar of earnings that CRM gets? Looks like their PE is 54.55. And they missed on EPS yesterday. Love a good 10% gain on an EPS miss. Oh shit. Wait, hold on. Did we tap it? Nope, we're not there yet. Hold on, I'm gonna put the 1929 line on here. It's 60, 85, 13. Oh shit, we just tested it. Dump it. Dump it all. 80% correction. I was here, witness. It's gonna be perfect if this is actually the top. I wonder how many CTAs are like, that's it. I'm dumping this shit here. It would be incredible if this were the top, right? Like this is yeah, but this has to be it. Like no higher high later. Not the local top. The actual top. Before like an 80% correction. Buying puts just in case. Is there a PE comparison to those times? Yeah, there is. And we're nowhere near it. So 1929 was 31.48. Peak of the dot-com bubble was 44.19, and we're at 38.63. So we're kind of right in between the two, but we're a little bit higher than the peak of 2021, which was 36.55. We just witnessed a historic moment. A historic moment. Yeah, maybe. Unless we like bounce here at 80 and push to 60, 90. It's cyclically adjusted PE ratio. So it's inflation adjusted earnings from the prior 10 years. Aw, man. Yeah. You ruined the joke. Oh, sorry. May this day, the 4th of December in the year 2024, be remembered that we touched the 1929 trend line. May this be the top and recorded into history. I copied 60, 85, 13 from one of your charts, the exact top. So far. Give it a minute. It may not hold. Dude, if I nailed the top of the chart to the fucking penny, I'm gonna be super impressed with myself. Well, technically the last time we tested this trend was 2001. Or wait, 99? Was it 99? Hold on. It was March of 2000. And then prior to that was September 2029, 1929. All quarterly months too. Mm-hmm. Quad witching. Does the market just hate Debian? No, it hates nat gas. My 401k has been relocated. You guys don't have a lot of faith in 13 months of straight up? I have to sell calls above this, right? Prepared for crash, Dust Bowl, buying some rabbits for Lenny. Hmm. I got some at the money puts for OPEX. Well, not at the money, but 60, 60, 70, 60, 75. I'm really invested in that line holding. Not literally, but like it's my sports ball team and I want them to win. I kind of want to literally invest in this line. Such a clean rejection. If only it would continue and not find support. Piece of shit. What's up, Nick? I finished my part of the thing. I'm bored now. You want to make the super dope heat map we talked about? Or do you just want to stay bored? Mm. Oh, wait. Don't talk about heat maps in front of Doric. Is intraday live data ready to ship to beta users? Not at all. Besides what they already have. Nice try. JFresh tried to get me to publicly shame myself. I have no shame, sir. I missed the catalyst for the bull case today. What was the reasoning for the bull run? Well, because they paid a lot of money to get above the collar so they could de-risk vol. And then Powell said the economy's fine. And Bitcoin, same like fake gold. Did we just bust through the sold calls and they're still sitting there? Yeah. I mean, they're not going to squeeze off. They're longer dated. Oh, we also tested the 1929 trend line to the penny and then failed it. This might be my greatest line I've ever drawn. If it's actually the top. What the heck is MSTR doing? Probably going up? I would imagine it's going up. Bitcoin's going up, so it's probably going up. I'm going to start a company and do the same thing with F. I'm just going to sell stock and buy F. Where do you think we close? Either above 60. Well, we need to stay above 60.80 to hold the positive charm. Otherwise, we can fall back to 50 or 45. I guess the middle there would be like 65. 65 is kind of in the middle. Where's the MM? Want it? 70? Hey, what happened to that? Hmm. Hey, Nuke. Wow, we just did the roaring 20s in fucking less than a year. That's impressive. Any idea how much VN will have moved? No. No, I suspect they're de-risking vol up here too, so it's probably gonna move a bit. What you think about SMCI's special committee? Probably fraud, but I have calls, so I'm ready to capture the bullishness that is that fraud. One second. When old-timey music? Oh yeah, I forgot the Bold Necessities song. We were making sure we were getting rejected.
Look for the bold necessities, the profits and the equities. Forget about your worries and your stress. I mean the bull necessities, old market highs and strategies that bring the bull necessities of life. Wherever I trade, wherever I roam, I couldn't be fonder of a green zone. The S&P is buzzing in the trees, making all those.
Where do we go from here? Sitting on a 6,000p for December 20th. Hopefully back to 6,000. Just bought a bunch of like 60, 75 pets. 60, 70, and 60, 75 for the same day.
The profits and the equities, forget about your worries and your stress. I mean the bull necessities, old market highs and strategies that bring the bull necessities of life. So just relax, don't take a loss. You've got the skills, you're the boss. Markets will rise, just play it wise and let those bulls bring you the prize.
We tested the trend line to the penny. Brisky. Does it pick up steam below 80? Yeah, it should.
When you pick a stock or two, it doesn't take long till you're in the blue. When the market's hot,
The uncanny
Just
valley
have a
of the
thought.
bare necessities song.
That bullish
Close, but
runs
just
on
off enough to be
traders'
frightening.
Look for the bull necessities, the profits
It was
and
not
the
easy to make,
equities.
even
Forget
close.
about your worries and your stress. I mean the bull necessities, old market highs and strategies that bring the bull necessities of life. So just relax, don't take a loss. You've got the skills, you're the boss. Markets will rise, just play it wise and let those bulls bring you the prize.
Looks like it's just selling off, going into its dividend. I don't know, 35.57, there should be some support. Oh, Jesus. Fucking autoplay. When you say same day, do you mean today? No, for December 20th. So this hit the top exactly, so far to the penny. 60.85.13. Which I think I put it in Pickles Picks, right? There should be a screenshot of it in Pickles Picks. Now we need the 10-year 3-month to go positive, and it's game on. The secret top will be more disappointing than usual this time around. Probably. I don't know. I guess we could slip 80 here. We broke up and failed already off of the consolidation. If we slip 80, the positive charm will fall off. And there's no more support to the downside anymore. Not really. There's been no support to the downside all day. Well, there has been. There just hasn't been... There's no support below... Well, there was... Earlier, there was no support below, like, 60, 65. But that's all pulled back, and now it's, like, 80. 80... 75's got a little bit, but not much. But yeah, the support's pulled back as we've moved up all day. We're running out of time. Yeah. I already got one dump earlier back to like 63. The volume on NQ is just like gone. Close at 90? We have to respect the trend line. Why would they stop pushing now? No more gas. Gamma peaks here. They're not going to get it a lot higher. Also, they're not really pushing. They're just like levering up spot while they close their out of the money puts. So they're pushing 0 DTs into spot and closing out of the money longer dated puts. They're not like buying calls though. Well, except for those weird ones that are out of the money. But I think those are just a hedge. Ooh, shit. Stay away from my trend line, you bitch. They're gonna ruin it, probably. But it was really fun for 15 minutes. It's also an upward sloping line, so it technically goes higher every day. Hmm. 2,500 puts at 80, 4,400 puts at 75, 3,800 puts at 70, 6,000 calls sold at 70, 8,100 calls sold at spot, 3,700 calls sold at 80. Hmm. Oh, they broke it. Bastards. Trendline demolished. Redraw it. No. Oh, it just gets drawn once. Oh, that's bullshit. They gapped over it? We did it. The most leverage in human history. Technically, they respected the line. I guess. Alright. Yeah. Fair. What are they buying? NVIDIA and Reddit? Hmm. Hmm. RSP's still red on the day. The Mag 7 needed another Facebook. Is this outright bullish then? Or does VN still present a big issue? VN at 6100 presents a big issue. But we can close above weekly VN. We did it before. Actually, we've done it several times before, but we did it like a couple weeks ago. Like right after the election. We closed above VN. Well, the weekly VN, like one day before falling. JPO say fuck your puts and I missed it. He said the economy is gonna keep growing. And he said economy backwards. I got those two things. Somehow the dollar's back to positive. Hmm. Interesting. Is it going to gap down over the line of respect? I don't know. It could. It's probably just a lot of issues with the spread there. There's not a lot of liquidity up here. Starts to get pretty thin. Be cool if we close below Vega neutral. What a gap down overnight that covers last night's gap up. Did you solve Bernoulli's? No, not yet. Mechanically, what's causing SPX to continually go up into the end of the day? Right now, its charm is positive here. So in the money sold calls for the 0 DTE are decaying to 1 delta. And that helps keep the price up. That's also why it's important not to let the price slip. That's why they keep buying the dips. The MO loads that overnight. They can, yeah. Like if price falls into close or falls in the overnight session, then they'll dump the hedge. Just the spread's getting blown out. There's no vol shorting up here. If they start selling puts up here, though, it'll tank the price. So they can't really leverage up at spot very much. And mechanically selling in the money puts is weird too. Like in the money puts gives them delta to leverage up with. But as soon as that put goes out of the money, it's working against them. How long is Kenny on SPX puts? I mean, pretty long. We're above VN. So long all of them. He's long all the puts. At 9 minutes till close. I think mostly they're just trying to stabilize it though. Shouldn't be too hard. Gamma doesn't fall off unless we lose like 83. So the level we bounced off of, I guess it's like 82 and change. What do you reckon the close up here means for tomorrow? I mean, we could still push up into monthly VN, but we're gonna need more leverage on the SPX chain, and the like positioning on the SPX chain's been starting to fall off. So I'm not sure if we have like enough like long dated positioning to push up to monthly VN. But that would be the next. That would be like the next upside target, and that's at 6,100 right now. The next upside target is 4,500. No, stocks mostly go up, and then sometimes they go down. I've got 2 weeks for this to drop, so I think I'm okay. Does Gamma Max on MSTR matter, or is it too tied to BTC's price? I don't think it matters a lot. It was Sun Tzu that said you can only lose 100% when you full port, but the gains are infinite. He never said that, Carl. You look like you're talking in your sleep. Nah, I'm not. It's gonna be fun to buy IWM puts above 242 again. Ooh, interesting. Back to VN before close? No. Let's do 100 bips in 5 minutes, just straight down. God, I missed 2021 and 2022. I'm telling you, Greg, we shouldn't have given Kenny that GS up. We needed his input. What's up, man? And nobody just keeps DMing me with tech support questions, and I keep telling him, if you don't like the data, manipulate it to something you like more, asshole. So much crime, so little time. How's the 15-minute expiration strategy going nowadays? End of days have been kind of funky lately. Realized Vol's in the toilet, and everybody's just selling nothing but options, so we haven't been getting a lot of like crazy last minute moves. If Vol were a little higher, we'd maybe still get them, but it's not. Sir, your puts are in danger of expiring. I don't care. They're spy puts. We shorted the market profitably like a week ago. Well, I did. I don't know what you guys were doing. But I had 6,000 puts after the election. You're so greedy. What do you need it to drop every day? Sunday stream's the best way? Yeah, probably. Missing 2021 makes me miss when GME 0 DTs were $600 at the money. Only one red day per year. That's the rule. There have been plenty of red days. We had a 10% correction. Maybe if you guys just bought puts at the right time instead of just buying puts every day, you'd make more money. I don't know what else to do. I was like, hey guys, look, I'm buying 6,000 puts for the end of this week. I'm going to buy a bunch of 6,000 puts right here above 6,000 for the end of the week. And then you guys are like, oh man, I should have bought those 6,000 puts. And now, fucking 2 weeks later, you're like, oh, the market's never going down again. Why is everything so... I don't get it. Why is it all so dramatic? And we just spit in our mouths when you say it? That's disgusting. How about puts when we slipped under the synth short at 65 this morning like you? Did you also close them? I closed those puts. Because they bought 6K puts when we crossed it the second time. Mom said you're not my real dad. Don't tell me when not buy my pets. Ding dang. 60, 86, 49. It would be cool if ES dumps in the next, 10 minutes. I forgot I could keep trading my my dead spy pets. So a little bit above the market maker's expected move today. 61 points over the 48 priced in at open. Came kind of close to testing VN on the monthly, but still about $14 short. And a close $5 above Vega neutral on the weekly. Still above the collar. Probably gonna continue to hold here through tomorrow because I don't think we have any data tomorrow, do we? Nothing important. Balance a trade? Well, that's just gonna be gross. Bum, 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 bum. Couple 4 and 8 week auctions. Fed balance sheet. Nothing really. Oh, Nakamura's speaking tonight. If he's also hawkish, that could stomp on the dollar. There's also a 30-year JGB auction, and if that moves up substantially, that could spook people too. But that looks like the only big stuff. I guess we have Challenger cuts tomorrow, which are expected to be down. Yeah, I mean, labor's still strong, so we're still just waiting on inflation. Yes, looks like it put in a high for the day of 6102.25. Failed that. Pulling down a little bit in the after hours session, but I could see it coming back and retesting that 6088 level. Well, maybe like right there, 6089. See if it finds support there. If it doesn't find support, it might continue to fail. Dollar down a little bit today, although it did recover significantly from where it was this morning, and yields pretty much straight down all day. Yields fell off pretty hard at the top, especially at the top end of the curve, turning around what was some very nice bear steepening this morning. Commodities, not much. Gold and silver up. Copper down. Oil down quite a bit. Didn't manage to get back above 70. Still some divergence in core 1 and 3 month. 3 months staying a little higher. Short dated vol still getting, well, shorter dated dispersion, 30 days or less. Still seeing some interest, but the longer dated kind of spreading apart again. So we're getting a little bit of a spread there. Not too significant. Leverage in the carry back up from yesterday's lows. It did hit a high today around 8x, but fell back below into close 7.89 right now. Bond vol still staying pretty muted, under 100, so nothing super exciting there. Although if the 20-year continues to spiral down, bond vol will pick up. Skew turned around a little bit, but we still moved up today. Still no tail risk hedging of any note, which does open us up for this chance of a like 2 or 3 standard deviation move the other direction. But definitely not sufficient tail risk hedging right now. That's weird. 69.38% of the S&P now above its 20-day moving average. So breadth falling away, but tech overperforming. So we're being stabilized here a little bit by the run in tech. But I believe RSP, like the equal weight S&P, was only up it was only up 1 bip on the day at close, and then it lost that bip immediately going into the overnight session. So flat, equal weight S&P flat on the day. We're still starting to see vol turn around a little bit and correlation pick up between cash VIX and VIX futures. Not a lot. I mean, 11% positive yesterday to 11.8 today, but turning around nonetheless. And as that turns around, we should start to see those positive gains increase. I think we've probably hit a low for realized volatility, and we're probably going to see realized volatility pick up alongside implied volatility as this starts to shift out of its rut a bit. Fed fund futures pricing in a bit more on the rate cut side today, but not much. They're like 0.5 point. Yield curve, I think hit a high today of around 7.5% positive between the 10 and 2 year. Fell back a little bit and it closed there around 5.2. Still a little higher than yesterday though, and still technically bear steepening, just not at a very aggressive rate. And I mean, if we continue to see what we're seeing right now, the index is moving up and yields and dollar dropping, we're probably going to see the yield curve reinvert again and go back to negative. On the technical side of things, we tested the 1929 trend line, actually closed a few dollars above it. But we did test it. I mean, barring that there may be some inaccuracy over the last century, still very interesting that we closed anywhere near it. It'd be even more interesting if we reject firmly off of it on the longer time frames. So we'll see how that goes. If not, I mean, and we push through, the upper local trend that we've had since, August of last year, tops out at around 62.20 for this month, which right now is a bit out of reach. But if we get like a mid-month dip to 59.30, 59.40, or 58.75, like pull back in this range, in the middle of this month, I could see us closing the month at that target. But we would need a pullback, I think, before we saw that. We'll look to the back half of this week for any kind of weakness in the trend. So tomorrow and Friday would be the most likely days to see if we're going to get any kind of failure this week. Things are a bit mismatched, but I mean, most of the gains in tech, big gains in semiconductors, CRM up 10.99% today, which was obviously one of the bigger movers, but not really huge gains in any other sectors. Finance, which has been a big overperformer for the last month or so, still falling back. Retail still doing fairly well. Consumer durables turned around some of their losses from yesterday, but I don't think they're performing very well over the week. And finance is still pretty hard. Tesla's doing okay. Lilly's doing okay, but the rest of health tech not so great. Utilities, consumer services. Yeah, consumer services are actually not too bad. Manufacturing, utilities, health services, process industries, communications, industrial services, transportation, non-durables, all down really fucking hard. So we do, over the course of this entire week, we just don't have a lot of breadth. Everything's tech centric. And this is going to continue as long as the dollar stays very strong. At least until yields threaten the banks. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't continue to pump money into equities. And I think that's about it. Sorry, I can't talk much longer. That was more than I could handle. Thanks for tuning in, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. Later.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.